Hey everybody, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Doing art camp. So I deleted the 8 minutes I just streamed because it just felt weird. I was trying to find a way to like listen to music in my headphones and stay entertained and also teach, and it's just not going to work for me. So I'm just going to do the usual thing and drink a bunch of coffee and hopefully people talk in the chat. And if not, I'll zone out and stare at this file and just render. But it was weird trying to listen to music and discuss what I'm doing. So I don't just want to do a paint over. I want to talk about the decisions being made and the problems in the piece and stuff. So um, the first thing is that you're not looking at real armor, or well, you are looking at real armor probably, but you're not fitting it to his body the way armor would fit to the body. So when I look at this guy, big thing to keep in mind, I'm going to do a green line for this one, I think. Yeah, let's try that. So, zoom out. Not even heroic anatomy, just basic Loomis anatomy dictates that if this is his head, then his shoulders should be about 3 heads wide, if he's a guy, roughly, and that his nipples should be about 1 head below. Based on this, his shoulders should be in line with these two lines right here, and you know the nipple line of the chest should be right about here or slightly higher, curved. So if that's the case and his shoulders are here, then that means that there's really only about half an inch of armor sticking out from the sides, and the armor is pushed all the way down on his shoulders, if that makes sense. Now, the other thing to keep in mind that's flawed in this is that these pieces on the edges of the armor right here are here for a very specific reason. The reason those are raised is because they're supposed to cover the side of your neck, so that if you're swinging your sword, they rise up and they shield you from like an oncoming attack or something. When they're sunk down this low and they kind of like make this weird collarbone shape, they're not actually defending anything on the neck or the head, which is what they're intended to do. So they're not sitting on the body the way that pauldrons should. So by default, because they're not sitting that way, they're not defending the body the way pauldrons are supposed to defend the body. So just looking at his basic anatomy, and he's supposed to be heroic, so I might make him even wider, like something like that. We're going to push his shoulders out, and we're going to move the pauldrons up to sit on the body a bit better. And we're going to go from there. So I started doing that already. See how already he feels more heroic? He feels more like he's wearing armor. The armor has more weight. It's fitted to the contour of where it feels like his shoulders should be. So I'm going to keep playing with it. So I'm looking at a very European plate armor as the influence for this piece. That's what it feels like it's supposed to be. So keep that in mind as I'm going forward. Probably bronze, I'm assuming, based on the color. Or some kind of... I'm not going to say it's painted metal. That'd be kind of a stretch, but we'll go with like a very bronze kind of armor. Now, one problem you're having that a lot of people are having, that I'm going to try and address as much as I can in this paint over, because I see it a lot, saw it last night too, is you're taking the idea of contrast, and whether or not your monitor might not be calibrated, or maybe you're using a lot of brightness contrast filters, but your values are sinking directly into black all over the place. And you don't want this much black in a piece because it ends up muting your colors, it ends up dulling your palette, and it makes everything feel very flat and muddy. So keep in mind that metal is reflective, and he's standing in what appears to be a warm light, or a semi-warm light with a cool backlight behind him, so you can really make this armor shine and get rid of a lot of that unnecessary black that's just kind of all over the place. I'm going to bring some blue into the shadow over here. I'm going to push the shadow back a bit, follow the contour here. Maybe kick some reflected light. Remember that light bands on curved metal, so you're going to want to follow that rule when you're dropping the light in. Okay. So I'm going to look at some real armor on my off monitor for influence here in terms of what decisions I'm going to make for this guy. I'm going to curve the tops of this thing here and light them up because they should curve around. That's kind of the idea. Okay. So I'm trying to think of what surfaces are facing the light source and which ones are turned away from the light source right now, because that's going to end up deciding what pops forward and what recedes. So right now I'm feeling like these are probably, you know, this surface in here is turning in and away while the surface on top is catching that light. So I'm going to darken this, I'm going to light that up. Another thing to keep in mind is that he's not actually, if you look at a full set of plate armor, this is something that, you know, you want to keep in mind. If he's wearing plate armor, it all attaches to each other, it all belts and buckles to each other, it's a full set for a reason. He's not actually wearing a full set of plate armor because his entire neck is exposed. The neck is arguably the most dangerous thing to leave exposed if you're going to be going into the kind of combat this guy's going into, which is why they have so much armor for the face and neck. You know, you've got the pauldrons, you've got the backplate, you've got the gorget, you've got the, you know, the breastplate, all that stuff, chainmail underneath, leather underneath that. Like, this is a very dangerous area, and it feels very weird for him to have a breastplate and 2 pauldrons and no gorget, or gorget, or however the hell you pronounce it, I'm not sure, but yeah, he doesn't have one, so I'm going to quickly sketch one in, and if you want to keep these, I know you've done some nice work here with this collar that I can tell you enjoy. I'm going to copy that and bump it up, just in case you want it above the gorget a bit, so it's like something that's underneath it. So I'm going to copy that, put it on top, save it for later. Shut it off for now, but I'm going to paint a gorget in right now. Using the same metal. So the base of it is going to be a big piece of metal that wraps around the collarbone, which is right here. Again, I'm just looking at real European plate mail on the other monitor, and some other artists who've handled similar things for influence. And then there's going to be the part that rises up here around the neck that keeps it defended. The helmet and the chainmail fold underneath this part. So I'm going to fill that in real quick. And then there's a lid on top of that, basically, or what's essentially like a little lip where it bends in. And again, if anyone has any questions, concerns, stuff they want to talk about, just drop it in the chat. Feel free, and we will discuss. So the first thing in this crit really is just if you're going to draw armor. Armor isn't something, I mean, well, this is where I get into an opinion thing, so I'm just going to address both sides of it because it's valid, but for something that's very, very stylized, for example, if you want to work for like Blizzard or something and you want to design armor, you know, it should still have some kind of function and design to it, but you can kind of go off the walls with them because it's more about cool shapes, cool silhouettes, things that, you know, players, kids, younger people are going to find very visually striking. There's a really, you know, vast design document basically entirely based on silhouettes and effects, you know, glowy stuff like that, that you can really have a great time with and go crazy designing the armor. That's totally fine, but this guy feels very classical. He feels like you're going for something that's a bit more rooted in realism, and because of that, you can't make up the armor because he's like a real dude standing there, and armor is designed to fit a human body in a very specific way. And the fact that you've gone for the very realistic pauldrons makes me think you want it to look like it's rooted in reality. So just keep in mind that when people make armor and it looks that way for a very specific reason. That reason is it's going to be worn by a human to defend the human body. That's the point. So base it off of that. You can make little changes here and there and have fun with it and alter the design. That's no problem. But you want to keep the basic shapes in check with how they're going to fit together, how they're going to fit on the body, what they're going to do, how they're going to move, because this guy has to actually, like, you know, be able to function wearing it. Even very, very heavy armor, he has to be able to swing his sword, walk around, you know, move his shoulders, that kind of stuff. I'm going to say that the light source is coming from up here, down. So I'm going to keep that in mind, because right now the light is kind of, it's going to be forward and down. So kind of towards where we are off to the side. That's how I'm going to treat it based on what you've already painted here. So you've got some nice segmenting bits here. I'm going to come down and check on these a little bit. So I'm going to segment the ones underneath so they can curve with the arm, and then have this little plate shoot out from underneath here. Then the one above it that has that kind of lip, I'm going to do a cast shadow because it's hanging over that one. So I'm going to do a cast shadow here to show some space. And then the one up here, let's see. Yeah, I'll do a cast shadow up here too. I was trying to decide if I wanted to turn it into 2 pieces or just, you know, keep it as 3 the way you had it. I'm going to stick as close to the design you started with as possible, just for the sake of this crit. But, yeah. I don't want to change what you had in mind too much. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is that this, you know, how is the metal held together? They didn't really have like advanced use of soldering back then. You know, it was hammered out by a blacksmith. Some stuff could be attached with a similar method to soldering, but most of it was nailed together, held in place by either clasps or nails. And especially with armor, you can see the studs on armor from where the nails are, because there's stress points where it's going to be bending a lot, like up here in the shoulder, that really need to be reinforced because they're high tension points. So not having those there makes it look kind of fake. It looks visually weird when you don't have those. So I'm going to alter the lighting here a bit and then work some studs in and just make it look like, you know, this was actually handcrafted. Remember, light bands on curved metal, so I'm going to be doing as much banding as I can as I go forward here. So, let's see. Do a stud here, here, here. Space them evenly. They're protruding out, so the way that they react to light is going to be totally relative to the light source. So, put a little specular facing the light on each. And again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just drop them in the chat and I'll get to them. So, we're not even very far into the crit yet, and hopefully you can see what this does for the armor. It's just building up his shoulders. You got to keep in mind that armor is very thick. The human frame is already very big, so you want to keep in mind that it's going to be adding a few inches pretty much in every direction. So that's why people wearing it look so massive, is because it's literally basically amplifying the size of your body out. Question in the chat about what I've been up to. I'm not doing the in-house thing anymore. That was a very specific duration of time, so that contract's over. Still talk to the guys. The project came out. It was a lot of fun. I'm back to freelancing and obviously doing some teaching. But yeah, back to freelance. Working on Steve Lichman and portfolio things and all that fun stuff. What did you miss, Marjorie? Talking about how armor is handmade and it's a craft, so if you want it to be convincing, you have to have little nods here and there to the actual craftsman so it looks man-made. So things like adding the studs, adding the clasps where they need to go, stuff like that, so it feels like it makes sense. Just little things that accent the overall design. But yeah. I'm just going to get in here and start making this armor feel a little more like real armor. Do that for a bit. So we've got the big shoulder pauldron here, which is one piece, one massive piece. Then I'm going to make this one underneath it sectioned because basically the closer down you get to the joint that's going to be moving, the more malleable it has to be, the more flexible it has to be. So I'm going to, this bottommost one that's poking out is in sections because it needs to be scaled so it can move around. The one above it I'm going to scale as well so it can move around, so it can bend and be segmented. That's definitely going to help it. And then the big one on top, the shoulder plate, is basically just there to act as like a shield for the shoulder. So that can be one big plate. You can section that one up too. There are styles of armor from Europe that have that, but you don't need to. This one's more just like a blunt piece of metal to catch a sword or whatever. But yeah, it's mainly there to defend the neck. The stuff underneath is what's working with the arm. This one shooting out is just an extra defensive thing, so I don't need to segment that. It's just kind of attached to the bottom of this thing right here. Protect part of the forearm. But yeah. I'm looking at some real armor. So every time I stop painting, it's because I'm looking at reference material and pulling how it works over into this to make this feel as informed as I can. So, because this is segmented now, you want to do the tops of the ridges are going to be catching some light because they're basically sticking out. They have a lip now that goes over the top one. So what's everybody up to? If you're in the chat and you're listening and you're part of art camp, or even if you're not and you've just been doing some work, what's everybody up to? Everybody doing cool stuff? Having a good time? Getting some work done? What's going on? So The inside of this edge right here of this pauldron is going to be catching light from the light source, which means I have to bounce some light back into the gorget. So I'm going to do that real quick. Head start in your portfolio for a LuxCon. Cool. Yeah, I think I'll be at a LuxCon. I gotta figure out who's going. If enough people I know are going, then I'll totally go. Which probably means I'll definitely go. Not sure, but yeah. I know Noah wanted me to go, and I think James is gonna go, so I'll probably show up. I'll probably show up. Running out of money, need employment. There's no better motivator than desperation. So, congratulations. You're about to become extremely productive. Congrats. We should all be so lucky. Now, because I'm an idiot, I'm going to also try and work some design into this. Just because it feels weird to just have totally empty plate armor, especially in a fantasy illustration piece. So, I'm going to try and get something in here. Some sort of nod to whatever this dude might be. So again, cast shadow underneath the gorget. Some banding over here. I guess actually before I do that, I should probably try to figure out if your, I saved your, you know, your little collar things you designed. See if these are usable. I'm not sure if they're going to be, but I will try. Might need to reduce them a bit. Let's see here. Let's see what it looks like if it hugs his beard. Yeah, I don't know. I might just do my own version of them. It was a big part of what you made this guy look like, so I didn't want to totally abandon it. But yeah, we'll see. I might not keep those, but we'll see. For now, I'm going to leave them there. Alright, so those are on a layer. Bring them Well, yeah, we got to change the color of his beard anyway, because right now I want to say it's like the blue light is mixing with a gray beard and making it like purple. I don't know. Like, he shouldn't have a purple beard though. Unless this is fan art of a character who I don't know from something and he has a purple beard. Hey, just as a general rule, I say this pretty much every night when I'm on here. If I'm painting something and it's very clear that I don't recognize it and it's from an existing IP, just tell me what it is so I can go look at an image of what the character is supposed to be. Because I have no idea what this is supposed to be, if it is supposed to be something. For all I know, this is some character from like Gauntlet Legends 64 that I just haven't played in forever, so I don't recognize it. But yeah. If you recognize something and it's pretty clear that I do not, don't be afraid to just go, "Oh, Dan, it's this guy. You should know that, you idiot." Because I've done plenty of paintovers where I just assume it's a character design and it ends up being from something. And there's a very, definitive description from the book or the movie or whatever that I just don't recognize, and then all my crits fall flat. Actually, gonna go look up a visually similar piece to this very quickly and see if I can pull anything from it. Just because this just reminded me of a painting by somebody. Whenever that happens, always look at the painting. Number one, to make sure you're not dangerously close to plagiarizing. And number two, to see if there's anything they've done that you can maybe learn from or that can inform your results. Never lift or steal anything, but, there might be something you're having trouble with that they found a creative solution to that you can actually, use, employ, work around. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. There we go. There we go. This dude. Okay, cool. We're not too close to it. This is a painting by Jason Chan that this was basically reminding me of quite a bit. Just in terms of the very basic pose, the sword being held, that kind of thing. I'm going to leave it open on my other monitor just because, but this might be something to look at just to get a sense of how he tackled it. Of course, his is lit from behind, yours is not, but yeah. I've noticed a lot of artists are night owls and pale. Does that mean that they're vampires? It means that we don't go outside and get enough exercise, and we sit in front of a light source all day called the computer screen. So our natural body rhythm for when we should fall asleep and get rest is totally fucked up. Pretty sure that's all it means. But yeah, sure, whatever. We're vampires. I don't know. It's really weird that you can forget that your computer's a light source. It's literally shining bright light at you all day when you sit there and paint. So like no wonder at night when you need like, you know, melatonin to go into your blood and make you sleepy, it just doesn't happen. You've got a light bulb shining at you the whole time you're working pretty much. Gonna just apply some basic texture on some of the edges down here. It's James Zapata's birthday today. If you didn't say happy birthday to him, go say happy birthday. He's a nice guy. Come on. He deserves it. Give him a happy birthday. Close friend. Happy birthday. Alright. Let's imply that there's some metal back here, because it would be weird if there wasn't. I wonder if I can actually turn your collar idea into some kind of cape, because then he'll look just like my favorite anime character of all time. This is the part of the stream where I talk about anime. Sorry, everybody. Let's take a look. He actually looks a lot like this guy. Wow. Okay. Interesting. So there's this old, basically Dungeons and Dragons inspired anime called Record of Lotus War that I used to watch at midnight on the Sci-Fi Channel when I was like a teenager. Because it was on when I was like 13. And this is the dude from it. And he's got very similar design. And he has a big blue cape behind him, usually. So, you know, I might lean towards that a bit. Okay. If anyone's got any questions, I'm just going to make a recording and put a button on it that says if anyone's got any questions, topics, points of discussion, things they'd like me to talk about, put them in the chat and I'll get to them. I think I say that more than anything in my entire life. So cast a shadow here from the armor. Not so much here because it's going to be riding on the fabric pretty tight. Bring that up. Some folds. Cool. When painting metals, what should people keep in mind? Well, I mean, do a lot of metal studies if you can. I mean, honestly, like, doing still lives of, like, a spoon will actually help you paint plate mail incredibly well. Because it's just, you know, all the basics are there. Curved metal and straight metal are both there. You just got to keep in mind that metal is very colorful usually because it's reflecting everything around it when it's polished. Keep in mind that it has the potential to have a lot of texture if you want it to. You can put scratches on it. You can put like patina on it if it's really old. You can rust it up. You know, maybe some dried blood or chipped paint, or there's all kinds of things you can do to it. But yeah, I mean, for painting metal, you know, it's very reflective. The light bands on it. For painting armor specifically, you want to make sure that it has a function. Armor that a person can't move in looks visually awkward and very strange. Again, there's exceptions to that, obviously. If you want to work for something like Blizzard or whatever, then it's really just about having a cool design, which is totally fine. It's just that's a different market than what I'm talking about. But yeah, for painting like realistic metal and armor and stuff, or semi-realistic metal and armor, just keep those things in mind. It can be any number of colors. You can paint it, you can chip it, you can scratch it, you can indent it, you can chisel things out of it like somebody went and carved designs in it. But yeah, the big thing to look for is speculars, edges, and yeah, like catching light on edges is very important because metal's never so thin. Like every edge of metal is going to catch light when it comes to a hard stop because it's not like thin like tin foil. It's got some thickness to it, so it's going to catch light. There's a surface there. There's a reason that, you know, this thing up here doesn't come all the way up and just end like that. It has to have a little edge on top because metal's thick. So that flat edge shows the thickness of it. What do I think about all these young artists who only want to draw anime? I don't care. Let them draw anime. I mean, if you're there, you can do good anime. I mean, it's just, you know, I don't care about the style people choose as long as they try to be good at it. Like, I've seen anime where the drawings are so good that they blow me away, and I'm like, wow, that's like crazy. Like, I remember I've watched that Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust movie like hundreds of times because the drawings and the animation are so good. Like, the anatomy's there, the compositions are there. Like, it's really well designed. There's no such thing as a bad thing to draw or a bad style. It's just how you use it. If somebody wants to draw like, you know, really, I don't want to call it lazy anime, but just like, you know, they never want to get better and they just want to do their own thing, then, you know, they have to understand that that's probably just going to be a hobby forever. There's not that huge of a market for it if it's nothing special. You can do really amazing things with anime. But yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of huge artists in the industry that are majorly anime influenced. Like, everything Dave's doing right now with Starvale is basically inspired by anime. You can see it in the look and the way he's drawing it. Almost every painting by Jason Chan has tons of anime influence in it, the way he draws faces especially. But you don't notice because his skill is there too. It's very well executed. But that flavor is still there. So, yeah, I mean, I don't care what people draw. People like anime, It's immensely popular, but You can do great things with anything if you want to. It's just, you gotta be skilled at it. Two of my favorite artists of all time were anime people. Yoshitaka Amano was a big anime guy, and Terada Katsuya, or Katsuya Terada, one of the two. I can't remember which order it is. He's like my all-time favorite. He did all the old Nintendo Power art. He worked on Busuno, a bunch of other things. He's like my all-time favorite design guy, and he's anime. So, yeah, people shit on it all the time, but that's because people like to shit on things. It's not because it's bad. It's one of the styles that's more easy access because it's so simplified. But the thing that nobody gets is that good anime is really, really deep understanding and skill of anatomy boiled down to its simplest form for rapid execution because it's based on animation and they need to do lots of drawings very quickly. And bad anime is stylization with no knowledge behind it. If you've got the knowledge and the skill and you stylize it, you can do amazing things. But if the knowledge and the skill isn't there and all you're doing is stylizing to avoid your anatomy problems, then yeah, it's going to look like shit. It's the same as any other style. Now that CG Hub is gone, is conceptart.org kind of a busy place again, or do you think Facebook is the new big art community? I don't think CG Hub disappearing changed anything for anybody, other than artists now don't have a place to go look at artists they might not have on Facebook. Like, really, the bulk of what people were using it for, I think, was just, networking and saving galleries they liked and favoriting things. And it was more of a site, for us to just kind of have a big gallery to go through. But I don't think anyone's going back to concept art. I don't think there needs to be... obviously, I don't think there needs to be a big hub community anymore because Tumblr has become what it is and Facebook has become what it is. And yeah, it's just kind of like everybody's on those two already, so having a third is just kind of like, okay. It's not necessary. It might be, cool to have it, but it's not like something people need. Like, basically, when CG Hub went dark, nothing changed. Everybody thought something changed, but nothing really changed. Everything's still working the way it was. It wasn't like some huge explosion, something bad happened. It was just kind of like, oh man, I forget that guy's name whose stuff I liked. Now I can't go click and look at it because I don't remember his name. Like, that's all that happened to me. There's a bunch of people I had favorited on there that I can't look at anymore, but that's about it. But yeah, I know that's kind of like a... I'm assuming, I didn't check. Did the new CG Hub not get funded? It looked like it wasn't going to get funded last time I checked on it. Did it? I'm assuming it didn't get funded. Because they were asking for like $100,000, and it was just like way too much. I'm not going to go check because I'm doing a paint over, but it didn't make the goal. Yeah, I figured it wasn't going to make the goal. I know it's kind of a sensitive topic for people that were like big fans of CG Hub, but basically it's like when a site that got that big disappears instantly overnight and no one had any warning, and then the team that basically was, we don't know who the shadow owners of the site were because they can't legally reveal it, so automatically Team Shakuro has to carry all the blame because we don't know what the situation was. They're not allowed to tell us. When that same team comes back and says, oh, that thing we did that got taken away? Well, we want to give it back to you, but it's going to cost $100,000, and by the way, we, the people that didn't tell you it was going to disappear, are also going to be making it. Obviously, most people aren't going to want to donate money to that. Especially when they realized 2 weeks after it went dark that nothing really changed. People keep working. The industry was totally fine. Like, it was basically just a fan site for artists to look at other artists. It was like a networking thing, but people can already network on Facebook. So it's just kind of like $100,000 for what? Really? So yeah, I'm not surprised it didn't get funded. I'm sure people think it's a big bummer, and you know that makes sense to me. I get that a lot of people liked it, but it's just not a thing that, you know, people are probably willing to pay that much for. Is there any website whose disappearance would shake the industry? Not right now, no. Concept art's been in very steady decline ever since Jason Manley started making the bad business decisions. Um, TAD has a very small following, percentage-wise, to the industry. Um, so if they disappeared, nothing would really happen. Sites like Permanoobs, Crimson Daggers, stuff like that, we're just basically study websites. We're just, you know, we're only there for artists who want to get better, providing a platform for them to get better. So that doesn't, you know, nothing about the industry factors into that. So if we disappeared, nothing would really happen. CG Hub's already gone. I mean, I guess if Facebook disappeared, it would actually. I think if Facebook and Tumblr disappeared, that would really, really, really affect the industry. But outside of that happening, I don't really think there's any major site. It's like everybody used to be on concept art. That was how it worked. That was like the hub site, no matter what. And then concept art got weird slowly, and CG Hub kind of showed up and filled that gap, and a bunch of people split and went to CG Hub. Some people went to Guerrilla Art Fair. And then there were kind of those three, CG Hub, Guerrilla Art Fair, and, you know, concept art. And then concept art just kind of slowly died. And then people went to all different places, and that was really the only major site where everybody was. I mean, there was a time like 10 years ago where literally every person in the community was on that one site. Everybody. And that's like the only time that's ever happened. Might be the last time it ever happened too, because now people don't need a forum to do that stuff. They can just have a Tumblr, get it shared around. But yeah. So no, I don't think there's an art site right now where if it disappeared tomorrow it would shake the industry. Because the industry is relatively small. And it's already divided 100 different ways. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with this guy. Too much stuff on this guy is sinking into black or extremely dark value. So I'm going to try and resolve as much of that as I possibly can. The importance of conventions? Well, there's different kinds. I mean, I'm going to use the term convention loosely here because there's a lot of stuff that kind of qualifies. Like, there's workshops, which I would basically call a convention. Then there's like things like Comic-Con, which are actually, you know, conventions, and then a LuxCon, and all that stuff. Spectrum Live. I mean, they're hugely important, definitely, for different reasons, though. Like, you got to understand that each one has a very specific thing that it's doing for your career, and kind of go to them with, you know, the right plans accordingly. Things like a LuxCon and you know, Spectrum Live and that kind of stuff. That's basically, that's a career thing. It's career and networking primarily. You go there to meet ADs, to talk to companies, to talk to professionals that you look up to about how to do the stuff that they're doing. It's basically a huge networking party. And if you're lucky, you can walk away from it with a job, with some portfolio review, with some good contacts. The reason you go there is basically to pump up your status in the industry, talk to as many people as you can, get some good insight, make some good contacts, and just kind of secure yourself the spot you want to have as you go forward freelancing. Things like the Massive Black Workshop, or other things like that, where it's a bunch of people actually focusing on skills. Like right now, the IMC is going on in Western Massachusetts. That is educational. It's not so much networking, but that is a part of it, because there are people that you're going to meet that are instructing you, and other students that you're going to be learning with. But that's primarily, I want to get better. This is an opportunity to go see how people I look up to work. So the idea going into one of those is like, okay, I'm going to try and absorb as much information as I possibly can, because this is my chance to learn some new skills, learn some new ways of working, that kind of thing. And then there's actual conventions like Comic-Con and things like that, or there's a ton of anime conventions around the country where or cosplay conventions or stuff like that. And there's two major things you do at those that you don't do at the other ones. You can do this at a LuxCon, but it's only for usually professionals, because you got to secure a table. But at Comic-Con, there's two major things: connecting with your audience, that's the only place you can connect with your audience, because the biggest thing everybody forgets, you're not painting art for other artists. The point of doing these studies and painting these pieces and refining them isn't so other artists pat you on the back and say, good job, you're good at painting according to me. It's to have a career that is driven by a fan base that likes your work. You're not painting for artists, you're painting for the other 99.9% of the population that doesn't know how to hold a pencil. That's who you're doing this for. That's the reason we exist. And Comic-Con is the place you get to meet those people that appreciate your work. They might recognize you from the internet if you're selling prints. They might have watched a live stream that you were a part of. And that's where you can go and actually make a personal connection with those people, because those kind of personal connections really last. If you know someone personally, or you've met them at a con, they're going to, be more likely to remain very faithful to your brand as you go forward. They're going to have a personal stake in your development. They're going to want to see what you're doing. They get to say that they met that guy. It's exciting for both sides, because it affirms what you're doing as an artist, and it affirms them that, investing a lot of interest in this person and watching the development is actually substantial, because now I actually know them. And it's good for both sides. It's a really great thing, and that's really the only place you can do that. On top of that, you can sell prints, pretty much of anything, because, whether or not you guys know this, it's pretty much understood that, the whole copyright infringement thing for fan art doesn't really exist at cons. You can kind of just sell whatever you want at cons as long as you painted it. But yeah, so that's a really good place to sell stuff that you've shown on the internet that might not be available anywhere else. Yeah, it's cool. So yeah, they're all very different. They all serve a specific purpose. Hopefully that makes sense. What would I cosplay? I wouldn't. I wouldn't cosplay anything. That's my answer. That's my answer. I'm sticking to it. Nope. How about are the layovers to Bali when it's 30 plus hours? I mean, a layover, there's no you know, it changes every time. It's not like a standard thing. When I went, it was 7 hours from here to California, then a 2 hour wait, then 14 hours, 14 and a half hours across the Pacific Ocean to Taipei, and then a 2 or 3 hour layover. and then a 6-hour flight from Taipei to Bali, I think. Yeah, so that was roughly it. It was a lot of time. Zoom out here. Keep working on this armor. No, I definitely wouldn't cosplay. I'm not confident enough to put on a costume and think I look cool. If I can't look cool on my own, then I'm definitely not going to look cool in a costume. That's my philosophy. That is my philosophy. Talking about my Bali adventure? Okay, sure. So, some of you might know, some of you might not know. Some of the Crimson Daggers crowd decided that doing a workshop would be cool. Specifically, Alejandro Mirabal and his wife Putri both decided that, we can't really afford to fly to California for these illustration conventions and workshops that are always over there. So why don't we just take the initiative to make one in our country and invite people out here and do that, which is a really cool thing because not that many people take on something like that. That's a very big thing to make happen, but they totally did, and they made it work, and they made the first digital art thing to ever happen in Indonesia, I believe. And they had me and Dave come out there. We got Kekai, we got Alex Negria, we had Alejandro, and yeah, we all basically did what I'm doing right now on the live stream. A lot of paintover, a lot of critique, a lot of discussion, demos, painting demos, open Q&A, contests, drawing challenges, and then field trips, which was the cool thing. We didn't just do classroom. It was like a 1-week intensive thing where you actually take a class. It's not like going to a normal convention and just watching somebody paint and just kind of casually being there. We all got to work together in a classroom for like 6 or 7 hours a day, really intensive. And then on the weekends, we would basically go and hang out with the students and either go to the beach or go to the Monkey City out in the forest there. Go to the cool little mask shops and stuff like that, crazy seaside restaurants, all that stuff. So it was really like a real sort of, I don't know, like a class, like a weird networking / educational thing where you actually left knowing everybody on a first name basis and you actually got to actually develop a bit with them, which is a really cool way of doing a workshop that no one else really does, as far as I know. It's like a smaller class size. It's like 30, 35 people tops. Even less sometimes. But, yeah, and then that way you all get to really, really focus on everyone's individual strengths and weaknesses. So it's a really cool model. It's a week long and there's 2 sections, so I'm there for 2 weeks, but each class is a week. And yeah, I think it's a really, really cool way of doing it. I think Alejandro and Putri set up a really, really good base to keep this going because you can basically rotate in different instructors and stuff based on each group. And this year we're going to be doing it again in November. We've got Kekai returning, me and Dave are returning to do like a live version of Daggers, basically. We got Carla Ortiz, which I'm super excited about because I love her, and Saskia Gudekunst, which is awesome because I love her work and did an interview with her a long time ago, and she's super nice. So, looking forward to it. It's going to be a really good time. It's going to be a really good time. Sorry, just clicking on my layers here. Okay. I'm gonna pull this eye forward just because it feels weird having it just not be there. This is another thing where the shadows are way too dark, way too fast. How frequent are accusations of plagiarism? Well, that depends on what kind of plagiarism you're talking about. There's all different kinds. How often does art get stolen and used by companies without an artist's permission? All the time. All the time. Cell phone games in Japan, you know, a web browser game in Brazil. They might see a painting by someone like Dave or KK or whatever and just use it. Uh, Articles on things like BuzzFeed and IO9 and all that stuff, they steal art from people all the time and just use it. A lot of time it's fan art, so you can't really do anything. But I saw, you know, we've all seen Dave's art, we've all seen KK's art, we've all seen Dan Levisi's art, just kind of used on things without their permission. Just like new Ninja Turtles movies coming out, and it's like very clearly just Dave's Ninja Turtles on the article, and he didn't give them permission to do that, but at the same time, he doesn't really own the Ninja Turtles. If you're talking about people stealing other artists' work, not that frequent. It definitely happens a lot, but it's usually, for lack of a better term, it's just like nobody's doing it. You'll see random people on certain sites like DeviantArt and stuff like that, where it's very clear they've stolen something, and pretty much it's happening less and less now because it's an internet community and everybody's got everybody's back. So when somebody steals something, the bandwagoning happens so fast that they usually get a takedown notice from DeviantArt within 24 hours. Or, you know, they get totally flamed by everybody who's a fan of the artist they're stealing from, and they just take the work down to save themselves the trouble. It still happens a lot. It happens a lot less than it used to, because people just kind of understand that you can't do that anymore. But yeah, like Darkin's work gets stolen constantly. If you're friends with Darkin on Facebook, you know what I'm talking about, because every time it happens, he puts up a big post about it. But yeah, work gets stolen all the time. Not as much as it used to, but still all the time. Yeah, these shadows sinking totally into black is just way too harsh. If he was wearing like a hood or something that was blocking the light into there, maybe. But he's just standing here. You know, like nothing's blocking the light. to do some cast shadow on these fingers here. Any other questions in the chat? Anything to discuss? Q&A? Concerns? But yeah, in terms of the plagiarism thing, don't do that. It's pretty much the end of your career. Like, you just sort of become known as that guy who plagiarized. Like, it's not good. You don't want to do that to yourself. So after your in-house gig, do you have a preference of that versus freelance? I think honestly a hybrid would be the best solution. There's things I love about freelance that I don't love about in-house, and there's things about in-house that I love that I don't love about freelance. The pros of in-house, you get to work with other people. You get to not be like alone all day painting. You get to look at what they're doing and get inspired and kind of feed off them. You get to just be part of a community. You get to have a place to go and not just work from home, which makes your productivity like explode. Like it's really cool having all that. The thing that sucks is that when you're working in-house, usually, you know, the term in-house means you're working for a company. You're being told what you have to do. You're working on an IP. You're usually not in charge. You're subject to an art director. You don't get to make creative decisions usually. All that stuff's there. So the best thing to do is to have a shared studio where you and a couple other freelancers can get together and have a space together and all do your own freelance, but in the same location. That's awesome. Like, that's really, really good. But yeah. Yeah, plagiarism is something you do on purpose. It's exactly what James just said. The question was, there's so much work out there, does plagiarism ever happen by accident? No. Something can look similar to something else on accident, but plagiarism is an exact science. Plagiarism is lifting things, plagiarism is tracing things, plagiarism is stuff that's so close to what it is that there's no way it was an accident. That's plagiarism. It's just when you can tell, because it's way too visually similar. You know, the amount of things that have to happen in a drawing for it to be a one-to-one copy of something else is so astronomically high that the chances of it being plagiarism on accident are like mathematically impossible. You know, similar happens, but when something's the same, it's the same. There's yelling outside my window, says James Zapata. Congratulations, James, for your birthday. You're going to get your house broken into. Call the police. Tell them it's your birthday. Hey, it's my birthday and I think someone's about to get shot outside. Hello, officer. Yes, it's my birthday. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with plagiarism. Mm-hmm. So, this is what I mean by plagiarism is intentional. And again, I'm not shitting on anybody. I love this guy's work. I'm not going to say who it is for the stream because I don't want it to be recorded. I don't want any bad blood, blah, 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 blah. But in the chat, this is clearly lifted. It's an exact copy. And when you know how that artist works anyway, with a lot of photo reference, you understand what it is. He's the nicest guy in the universe. I love his work. He's great. But occasionally you see celebrities show up in his work because he uses photos for everything. So watch out for that. The hell? What are you sending me, James? Cradle of Filth album review, total fucking darkness. Oh yeah, it's totally stolen. Yep, I was wondering what you were getting at, but yeah, that's ripped. It's totally ripped. So yeah, it happens all the time, but you don't want to be somebody who does it. Especially now that Google has a feature where you can put a JPEG in a search engine and search for visually similar images. Ho ho! Don't do that. Don't plagiarize. It's never been easier to find people that steal. It's so easy to find out now. So anyway, I'm at the point in this where I'm just kind of fixing things. I got to do the other shoulder real quick, and I can keep moving forward. Hmm. Yeah, this is a paint over crit. This is what I've done so far. Let me get in on this guy since it's really nothing else. I'm trying to make the armor read as real armor. and get some more light in here because everything's sinking into shadow. For the record, if anyone was here last night, I still, to this moment, have Katy Perry featuring Juicy J stuck in my head. I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's starting to become a real problem. Why would I listen to Cradle of Filth when I could listen to Katy Perry featuring Juicy J? Obviously. Yeah, that album's great. I don't think Weird Al does music anymore, Evan. I'm sorry. Sorry to be the one to tell you this. Okay, I'm gonna work on this this arm thing real quick. Yeah, I haven't really watched like a whole show from start to finish since Breaking Bad ended. It like kind of ruined TV for me. I'm just like, this isn't as good. Makes me sad. House of Cards, I think, is the only thing I've watched since Breaking Bad that was actually like satisfying. Eastbound and Down, if you haven't watched it, is my favorite comedy show of all time. So I highly recommend that. It's the single funniest show I think I've ever seen. In no small part thanks to Will Ferrell. Okay. Later, James. Happy birthday for the last time. Enjoy what's left of your birthday. For it comes but once a year. Anybody want to talk about anything fun? Yeah, I love acrylic paint. Acrylic paint's one of my favorite things to use, actually. Just haven't done it in a long time. Because clients won't let me. But yeah, I love acrylic paint. I'm not really sure where all this backlight's coming on this dude. It's just sort of there. There's a bird here, so I don't really understand where it's coming from. I'm gonna soften some of that. also going to make his beard not purple real quick before we go any further. It's just bothering the shit out of me. Yeah. What do you think is an appropriate amount of time between submitting a portfolio to a specific game company if you're turned down or ignored the first time? It's not a matter of time. It's a matter of the portfolio. However long it takes you to make a new and improved portfolio is the right amount of time. If you submit to them a second time with the same shit, you're doing it wrong. You're going to get the same result. Let's say you have a 10-piece portfolio and you get denied from a game company you've submitted to. The correct amount of time it takes for you to submit again is when you've done 5 new pieces for that portfolio. So you put in 5 new strong pieces and you take out the 5 weakest pieces of the previous one, or you do an entirely new portfolio and get rid of everything in the first one and then apply again. But don't just do one image and apply and go, it's a new portfolio, it's got one new image. Don't do that. Make it significantly improved and then apply. That's the correct amount of time. It's less about the waiting and it's more about the content. Yeah, I'd say the best bet for new pieces is 50% to 100%. If it's a 10-piece portfolio, you know, adding 5 new pieces that are better than the weakest 5 pieces before, you know, that's a huge improvement. Like I would do that. 1 or 2 is only a couple, and they're gonna get real tired of hearing from you if you send them an update every time you do a new piece. So I'd wait and do something more substantial like that. I'm trying to figure out if I can bring this collar back. Nope, because now he's just a Dracula Knight. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to get rid of the collar completely. It just doesn't make sense with the plate armor. Sorry. Form of bat. Correct. Correct. If anyone's interested in seeing new Steve Lichman, we're waiting till E3's over because everybody's so busy with E3. Don't worry, he's coming. I'm trying to figure out really what to do with the bird. The bird's kind of just there. I guess I'm going to use the bird to, like, frame the dude's head, maybe? The bird's not really serving a purpose. It's just kind of there because you think birds are cool. Or a griffin, I guess. Which is fine. You can have a bird here. It just needs to serve a purpose in the illustration. Right now it's touching the absolute top of the canvas, which is like a big no-no. But let's see if I can find a way to make it work in the illustration. Oh, Marjorie. You are something else. Making that pun. Making that pun. Okay. I'm going to go grab some quick ref. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's grab some. Let's grab some. Let's grab some Maximus. Why not? Let's grab some Maximus. Everybody likes a good Maximus. Except I'm gonna change some. So his hair is really like, I don't know. It feels really modern. It doesn't feel very. I don't know. It doesn't feel like anything's out of place. Or I'm gonna mess his hair up just a tiny bit because, you know, he's a knight. It's probably should be on the longer side as far as hair is concerned, and probably shouldn't be totally, absolutely neat. I could actually just take a reference photo of myself for this. I'm realizing that right now. I could set up a light and everything. Jeez. Jeez. Let's try that. Okay, this might not work. I'm gonna try it. Okay. My light might be way too bright. I'm gonna try it though. Okay. Pardon me real quick. Get this set up. So bright. Something is for drawing. The light's really blown out, but it still gives me a basic idea. And also, this isn't how beards work. That's the main reason I was taking that photo. Beards aren't just like a fuzzy bush that grows out of your face. Hair grows in very certain ways and follows certain paths. So, sorry, my camera was on the mic. So yeah, beards grow in very specific ways. And he has a longer beard, so his hair is going to be doing some specific stuff. I'm just going to imply a lot of it. So let's get like a blonde one. I'm going to switch to textured brush. Get in here. So the way you have it, it just looks fuzzy, like it's like a sponge that's grown out of his face, and that's not how beards work. As you can see in my beard, they follow a general path. It kind of flows in a weird way. So you can see where the chin is, and any longer than the chin, it kind of bounces out because it naturally wants to hug the chin. So his is not that much longer than the chin, so we don't have to worry about that ridge. We do have to worry about the few strands that are going to be catching light, though. So I'm going to do that real quick. Yes, this is a beard tutorial. Over here. Keep in mind that the edge of the sideburn and the edge of the beard is an edge, so it's going to catch light the same way edges would. Grab some white real quick, or close to white. Hopefully that very quick bit of bearding helped. You just want to make it look like there's hairs growing, essentially, which sounds like common sense, but hairs grow in a specific way, so it is like, you know, there's a little more to it than just adding a hair texture and going, it's a beard. A little more to it. If you're having trouble with bearded characters, obviously, I'm more than happy to help. Whoops, I painted a little on the bottom, but that's okay. It wasn't much. I'm gonna delete this layer. Let me move this out of the way and look at some Maximus. Some Maximus. I'm gonna pull this over here. This is where I ask if anyone in the chat has anything they'd like to talk about or discuss. Bring it up, because I'm getting really quiet. I'm getting into the render mode. Hmm. What do I think about when rendering skin? How do I go about it? Um, the biggest thing is how it reflects light, honestly. A lot of people get worried about like the pores and stuff, but skin's like this weird, almost clay consistency, moist surface. You've got, oil on skin and all this other stuff you gotta take into it. So, like, it doesn't reflect light the same way that, like, a bust would if you're studying a bust. It doesn't reflect light the way stone would. It's more like if you had slightly moist clay. It's kind of like that. So I'm just kind of going in and looking for the ridges where, like, because there's oil, certain parts really, really bounce the light back. And, like, that's what I'm looking for right now is those areas that are going to basically make it 3D and make it feel like skin. Like here, this ridge right here is going to catch a lot of light leading up to the bridge of the nose. This area up here on the forehead where sweat's coming down maybe from the hair is usually going to be very bright. That's the biggest thing to think about. You can go crazy and add tons of textures and shit after that if you want to, but if it doesn't reflect light, at least in a very basic way, the way skin would, for the material that it is, you might as well just, stop and really, really focus on that for a bit before you go any further. Sketching's going good. I'm a little behind on what I wanted to get done because of all these sudden funerals I've had to go to for some reason. This whole season's just been like weddings and funerals, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, it's going good. I'm really glad to be in my sketchbook again, actually doing some like real drawing with a pencil. It's a nice thing to come back to. I'll probably put some online at some point. Do I have a timepiece when I try to finish a piece? Lately, no, because lately I've just been doing client work. That's really it. I finish usually have 2, 3 days to finish a piece of client work for my current client. So I do personal work in between that, but it's kind of hard to finish a personal piece on a schedule when I'm constantly getting new work from my client. So yeah, I try to finish stuff when I can, but obviously the jobs take precedence. I'm really just excited to be sketching in my sketchbook again. I don't really care about finishing portfolio stuff right now. I just want to get better at drawing. Um, but yeah, that's been my focus for the past couple weeks, is just drawing. Lots of drawing, and then I'll do portfolio stuff after I feel like I'm in a good place with that. But yeah, it's kind of where I'm at. It's kind of where I'm at. I would say I finish 1 to 2 things every week, but whether or not I can show them, if it's client work, is debatable. So. No, I don't even use Instagram. I should probably get one. I don't know. I just, I don't even have an Instagram. Behind the times. Top thing on my bucket list? I don't know. Put out a book, probably. I've always wanted to put out a book. In terms of going somewhere or doing something, I don't know. I'd rather like accomplish stuff than go places, I think. But if I could go anywhere, it would probably be the Galapagos. I think that's like number one right now for me. I want to go to the Galapagos and just look at animals. If I had to go to a second place, I'd go to Angkor, which is the temple out in the jungles of, I want to say, Thailand or somewhere around there. It's totally grown over and awesome. But yeah. Cambodia. There you go. Wasn't sure where it was. I just know the name's Angkor. Let me desaturate this a bit. Yeah, more like that. Let's see. What type of book do I want to put out one day? I mean, we're already doing Skull and Shark, which I'm really, really excited about getting out, but it's going to be later down the line. I'd like to do my own, like, children's books, honestly, where I can, write and illustrate. I've got a few ideas. I just need to do it, obviously. But, yeah, I want to just get a little bit better at painting before I jump into it. So the result is something I can feel good putting my name on. But yeah, I'd love to do illustrated kids books. That's kind of my my passion thing. That's kind of what got me into drawing as a kid, was just looking at illustrated books. But yeah, that's where my heart is. This is one of those long paintovers that hopefully people can use for various pieces. I like doing, a mix of quick ones. Like the other day I did a half-hour one, and then long ones where I can really talk about stuff in depth. Who are my favorite children's book illustrators? My all-time favorite children's book illustrator is John R. Neal. He's from the turn of the century. He's a golden age guy who doesn't get a lot of love, but he was hugely, hugely influential. He illustrated what was arguably the most popular run of children's novels of all time, which was the Wizard of Oz books. W. W. Denslow illustrated the first one. John R. Neal illustrated the other 13. And all the spin-offs, so it's more like 26. But and then my second all-time favorite, I'm hugely biased for John R. Neal. That's why he's my favorite. The person who deserves it, who's my number 2, is Winsor McCay, who was the creator of Little Nemo. Little Nemo, I think, is the greatest achievement in probably all of illustration history. It's absolutely incredible what he was able to do in one career. Back before comics really existed, he was like the first American comic artist. He would do an image of Little Nemo every Sunday for the paper, and it would always end with Little Nemo waking up in bed every single time. So it was, how much can I fit into this one-page format before he wakes up in the final panel? And this was before the internet, so if he wanted to go crazy, which he always did, he'd have to make it up. So he makes up animals based on what he thinks they look like all the time, and you end up with these really cool versions of like lions and elephants and all these. It's just absolutely nuts what he does. It's like it's crazy. If you can get the complete Little Nemo, it's a absolutely stunning book. It's just something that there's never been anything like it, and there probably never will be anything like it again, because it was just like, it was at this perfect crossroads. That's where you always find these weird illustrators. It was at this perfect crossroads of where technology was going and what his ability was. So, the American newspaper at that point in history, right around 1900, right, going into what would become World War I, as society's booming, was this crazy, relatively new thing, because bustling cities in 1900 were at a point they hadn't been up till then. We were just getting over the Civil War. Like, it's really weird to think about how short a period of time the end of the Civil War to 1900 was. And everybody got Little Nemo. It was just, it was this huge thing. But, yeah. It was basically the beginning of comics. You can find people that did stuff similar before, but, like, in terms of a serialized weekly comic, or like the idea of like having the Sunday funny papers or something like that, it was really like the first big thing that did that. But yeah, I love him. And I also love the animated Little Nemo movie that some of the ex-Studio Ghibli people worked on back in the 90s. Really, really good stuff. And then obviously you've got your, your Arthur Rackhams and stuff like that. But I love his work too, but not nearly as much as John Arneal and Winsor McCay. Winsor McCay is just like, I don't even understand. Guy was a machine. He was like America's first animator too. Like if you're interested, type in like Winsor McCay on YouTube, and oh man, he would do like hand animated things where he would just do all the cells himself basically, just to play around, short stuff. But they're nuts. When you think about the fact that he did them in like 1900, they're absolutely crazy. Like that's before like Walt Disney. That's basically before everybody. He might have been, I can't say this definitively, but he might have been the first American animator to really do something. I'm not sure. But he was definitely one of the first, if not the first. Kablama Pajama. I'm just looking real quick. I'm gonna get back into the armor for a bit. If anyone has any other questions, feel free. to go in and push the lighting a bit with an overlay layer. Speaking of armor, one of the whole reasons I gravitated to this industry was because of the behind-the-scenes stuff on Lord of the Rings DVDs. The armor and sets were captivating. Yeah, that was really the... when you think about it, the Lord of the Rings movies were really kind of the beginning of this industry that we're all in. Concept art, the way it exists now, didn't really exist before the mid-90s, which is when pre-production on Lord of the Rings started. You had movies here and there that had concept artists on them, like fantasy and sci-fi movies, but it wasn't like a team of artists designing tons of art and then handing it off to another team of builders and stuff like that. That new model, where like a whole team develops stuff and iterates it into the ground and does super high quality stuff, is only about 20 years old, which is a very weird thing to think about, but the way this industry exists right now is really, really young. Even on old stuff like Star Wars, they had a concept artist, which was Ralph McQuarrie, but they didn't have like a team, and Ralph McQuarrie basically just handed it off to people that design costumes to do the best possible version of his drawings. And he also, computers didn't exist, so he had to limit his creativity to the realities of set building and costume building at the time. So it had to be practical and it had to be cool, but there wasn't this thing of like, a team of 100 artists at Weta is going to tackle this thing and, push the art into this unbelievable, unified thing. And that's very, very new. Up till about the mid-90s, a fantasy movie, they would just use the stock armor that was on set, and it would always look very European because, they didn't have the budgets and they didn't think people cared to really go in and do their own version of, such a tried thing. But, yeah, those movies were responsible for a lot of what's going on today. Random-ish. I think more people show start from draw a nude than adding the clothes and stuff on top. It'd keep a lot of things from happening. I think if more people... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's always good to at least have, like, a gesture. Like, it's good to have that stuff. Know where things are going. Like, I talked in the beginning of this crit, for anyone who's watching on demand or was here at the beginning who remembers, the biggest problem with this piece was that the armor wasn't resting on the shoulders because there wasn't like a tight drawing of this dude's body underneath. They just kind of, I'll shut the layers off so you can see. There's no, his chin's here, his neck, his shoulders would have to be like here for the armor to make sense, which means he's got this huge neck and like the drawing underneath isn't there. It's not structurally sound. So that was the biggest thing to fix, was actually adding all that shit on top and giving it some weight. But, yeah. I'm slow as shit, Dan. How fast do you think a person needs to be before taking on professional work? This is another question that has multiple answers. I mean, it depends on the work. Most like book cover illustrations and stuff like that, like classical style illustration, those have 2 weeks to a month deadline, sometimes even more. So can you finish a piece in that duration? If you're doing concept art, they want stuff sometimes next day, definitely within the week. Can you do stuff that fast? It's card art is usually 2 weeks, maybe a month, with one of the better companies that understand you need time. But yeah, I mean, even with the most understanding of jobs, there's a very good chance that if the company's in the shit, you might get a call some night that says, "We need this tomorrow. It's got to be done tomorrow." Like, oh, we fucked up, and you're the artist that's on staff. So I mean, definitely, speed's important. It's not everything, but it's definitely something to consider. You don't have to be crazy fast to get work, but you do have to be crazy fast to get work that's done fast. I mean, that's just a common sense thing you might not think about, but different jobs have different turnaround times. When you're fast enough to get it out by the deadline, I guess, is when you're fast enough. I've been painting for 2 hours ish. I'm gonna stretch, walk around because my legs hurt, and grab a thing of water. I'm gonna leave this muted in the meantime. I will be coming back very shortly, but I can't feel my legs. I usually get up every hour and walk around, sometimes every half hour. But yeah, I gotta get up. I'll be back though because I want to keep pushing this piece. Yeah. Hello, hello. I'm back. Back to do some more critique. Check, 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 check. Alright. I've got so much cool air here. So much. Alright. Back to this. I feel like suddenly giving him gold gloves, blue gloves when everything else is gold is kind of a weird decision. I'm gonna play with maybe changing that. Might not work, but I want to try it. Oops. Just grabbing a color layer here. Still working on the goddess, don't worry, I'll get to her. She's still here. She's right here actually. Something about introducing blue metal when there's no blue metal anywhere else felt very strange. I don't know why. It just was kind of out of place and weird. So either make this gold, I would say, or add some blue metal in elsewhere. Yeah, I used a color layer, and I dropped the opacity down to make it less orange. So, yeah, I think I'm going to keep those gold. They're really saturated. I'll fix it in a minute. Yeah, something about balanced design to keep in mind is like, if everything is one way and then suddenly you change it but only in one spot, it looks like a mistake. It doesn't look like a theme. So if he had blue metal elsewhere in the design, that would have made sense. But he doesn't. He just has blue in the cloth. So like, if you want to make it blue and gold metal, that's okay. It's just balance it out, make it feel consistent. But his armor's definitely all bronze, so for now I'm going to keep it that way. put some ridges down here. The silver in the fingers gets a pass, I think, only because it's another metal color that feels like a natural metal color. Blue just felt kind of weird. Okay, so the question in the chat is regarding the plagiarism matter discussed previously. If you reference from a celebrity or a photo you find, it's important to only take bits and pieces instead of copying the whole thing, right? Well, instead of copying, try to look at it in terms of like, you know, if I'm looking at this photo, like for instance, I'm looking at this photo of, you know, this guy right here, Maximus, Russell Crowe. It's not the same pose as this guy's face, and I didn't copy the likeness. He doesn't look like Russell Crowe, but I'm looking at, you know, when light comes in from harshly on the side like that, I'm looking at how it maps to the contours of the face in here, and I can pull that from the photo, and I can do all that stuff. I can even look at, like, you know, how the hair falls. I can look at how the softness of the skin reads when it's in that kind of stark lighting, and I can pull all that from the reference without directly copying anything. But the second I start making it look like him, and I start pushing the features to feel that way, and maybe I turn the head a little bit to make it more accurate, then I'm just copying the photo. And that's not referencing, that's copying. It's a reference, not, you know, that's the whole idea. It's a reference. It's giving you a guide point for how certain things work. It doesn't mean you have to copy it one to one. I'm going to try to bring some of the silver from the fingers up here to balance it a bit by giving him some mail around his neck. Just because I want to balance that silver out a little bit in the composition. It's all very bottom heavy right now. So I'm going to do that, and then over here catch some light from the other side of the neck. Zoom in a little bit here. Cast a shadow from the rim. Bullshit some scales real quick. Or rings or whatever have you. Yeah, I feel better about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to keep that. What do you call armor that isn't made to fight but to show off? It's called ceremonial, usually. Either ceremonial armor or dress armor, usually ceremonial. That's like when you see super fancy armor that's covered in ornate designs and gems and shit like that, that's just to be worn like in court, basically. That's ceremonial, typically. Am I going to attack the embossing? I don't know. I might just add a couple tiny things. I don't think I'm going to go too crazy. Because I don't know what the theme of this dude is. I'm more worried about just making it make sense on a large scale. Cool. So, like, for those of you that are in art camp, do these long form paintovers with a bunch of discussion that get down into like every little part help, or do you prefer the fast ones that are just like this? What's the preferred method? I'd like to know going forward if you guys have one. Hmm. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm glad the crit on the waterfall piece helped. That's good. Hmm. It's one of those things where I could keep painting this forever. I'm just trying to figure out like where's a good point to stop. This bird is still kind of compositionally weird. Doesn't really make sense. Trying to. I understand that the bird's just there for like a vignette, basically, to frame this guy against something cool, but still. Gonna rough end some of the feathers. Do I grow more on the job or studying in my free time? It's right in the middle. If all you do is work on client work, you stagnate, which is what I've been doing for a couple months now, and it definitely shows. Uh, and if all you do is study on your own, then you stagnate because you're not challenging anything that's outside of what you decide to do. So, like, you have to do client work, you have to do personal work, and you have to, study. You got to do both. That's just the way it is. That's the fastest way to get better is to do you know, a reasonable amount of everything, really. But yeah, try not to fall into the trap that myself and others have fallen into, where you just do tons of client work and don't really study, because it really, really hamstrings you. Yeah, it looks like it's a griffin in the background. Yeah, that's what it reads as, at least. Haha. I'm glad you liked it. Hmm. Hmm. That's great. That's awesome. That's the kind of spelling error you want to make. going to bring some of that gray that's in the fingers and the neck underneath these pauldrons on both sides to balance out the grays and make like a diamond. So like now you've got the sword, the arms, and then the neck. So it balances the character out a lot better. And I'm going to make that chainmail that's hanging down to the elbow. It's good to know people are enthusiastic about chainmail. Good to know. Catching a little light here where the arm pokes out. Have some of this blue catch in where the arm comes out. Just bullshit some rings down here. Have I seen the last Walking Dead episode game? I didn't play the Walking Dead game. I don't know anything about it. I know it got tons of awards and shit, but I haven't played it. I know what it is and like the art style and the way the game is presented and all that, but yeah, I didn't actually play it. Oh yeah. Should extend these straps just because they need to make sense and hold the chainmail in place. And also, while we're at it, let's go ahead and make them leather. Okay. Catching some white down around the bottom. Coffee. I'm just now noticing that you have this like belt that's just basically hugging the bottom. I'm going to get rid of that in favor of something that's going to work a little better, which is actually just forming the armor down. We wouldn't be able to really see the belt, so I'm just going to get rid of it. It's just making a weird tangent by having like a little bulge down at the bottom of the canvas. So I'm going to make a little lip here and segment this out and catch a little white. Yeah, they do make belts that go over suits of armor. Usually the belt that holds the sword goes over the armor. But, yeah. They're usually not very big, but, yeah, they do exist. Okay. And just because I'm a masochist, let's get in here, grab some of this, and go ahead and turn this back up. And get these in. I should shut the grid off on my Photoshop. Sometimes it's helpful, but it's usually just annoying. So again, if anyone wants to talk about anything, by all means, put it in the chat. I will take a look. The handheld of the sword looks quite short and small in roundness. I don't really understand what you're saying. I think I know what you're saying, but well, there's a problem with the sword that I was going to address anyway, but I guess I'll talk about it now. I was going to wait until the end. But if I draw through the sword, let me grab a white here. If I draw through the sword, the highest up the pommel can be is here because of where that hand is. That's the highest it can be because his hand is resting here. And that's not enough to grip the sword. It's way too stubby. That's the thing, is like it's way too stubby. The palm of his hand is right here, so the highest that you know handle can go is there. If it was in his other hand, it could go all the way up here, which would make more sense. That's where it should be. But yeah, the way the hands are resting on it is a little bit of an optical illusion. Unfortunately for the composition, there's really only one thing you can do, and that would be to lower this arm. But that would be to copy this piece pretty much, which I talked about earlier. This piece is pretty much the same thing. But instead, what I'm going to do is, let's see. No, I don't want to shrink the blade, then it would look really weird to have this guy with huge plate armor and no shield hanging out, putting both hands on a single sword. If it was a one-handed sword, see, the thing is, if it was a one-handed sword, this blade wouldn't be longer than his legs. Right now, he's holding that sword on the ground. He's putting his hands on the pommel and it's resting on the ground. If it was a one-handed sword, that would be way too long. That's the thing. That would be like four feet long or something. But, yeah. I'm going to, I think, I'm not sure, I'm going to try this out. I'm going to bring this guy up into the piece more, like this. So his eyes are on a third instead of a halfway. And make him slightly bigger. That gets rid of some of the weirdness with the bird too. It makes the piece a lot more about him. And I can bring the armor, the skirt on the armor down more, and it'll work a little better. Well, yeah, I don't think they're going for an actual space in this image. I think they're going for like a book cover kind of montage where it's just a vignette, which is fine. You can do that. Tons of books do that. Tons of illustrators do that. I don't think it's supposed to be an actual space where he's standing in front of a griffin. I think it's supposed to be a griffin superimposed behind him, which is fine. It's a vignette. But, yeah. And now I can bring the sword handle down. Well, that's why this isn't your illustration, Evan. Everybody tackles these things differently. This person decided to put a griffin there. Other people might want to put a flag there. People might not want to put anything there. But if they want to put a bird there, then I'm gonna honor that and critique their idea. It's not totally broken. If it was totally broken, I'd change it. But I've seen similar vignettes used for all kinds of things, so. I agree. Gasp Fishman should be there. I wholeheartedly agree. I think one thing I might do to make the background feel more like a vignette is actually make it monochromatic. Yeah, I'll play with that more when I get towards the end, but making it monochromatic, I think, will make it feel like the bird's not actually standing behind him, and it's more of a symbolic thing. If this was slash were a book cover illustration, would it be a good idea to put in some background, like a faraway castle on the bottom behind the guy? Well, I mean, typically with a book cover, the art director is going to tell you all the elements that have to go in it. If they don't want a castle, then you can try to add one if you think it'd be cool, but this doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Oh, right, on a color layer. My bad. I was like, what's going on? I mean, you could do all kinds of stuff, but I mean, having the two things feels fine to me. It feels balanced. You could potentially add a third thing in this horizon space, but I don't think it's necessary. The bigger concern if this was a book cover is where is the text going to go? But I don't know if this is a book cover. Right now it feels like the text would have to go down here and block the sword out, or directly across this guy, very small across the breast. That's another. I don't know if this is supposed to be a book cover or not, though, so I'm not going to do that. Because who knows? They might have intended this to be card art, or just a background, or, yeah. I don't know what the intention was. So I'm going to put the opening in the skirt here, which is good because it'll create some dark, and that'll make the blade pop a bit more. I mean, really, there isn't an ideal place to put text in this image because I don't think it was formatted for text. We're getting away from the point, which is the image is an image. If it was intended as a book cover, then that would have been something to address from the very beginning in a thumbnail. That's like a huge problem. Like, you need to know where the text is going to go immediately when you do a book cover. You can't just like throw it in at the end. Like, everything has to be planned on where that text is going to go. Okay, so the sword handle is about long enough now. Makes sense. Could still be even longer than this, but it works enough that I can move on from it. Want to just do a quick before and after? Yeah, this is starting to feel more complete. There's no room for a castle at the bottom. See, remember, like, there's... Okay, so I'm going to go over composition stuff again. Very, very quickly, because people are asking about, like, adding different elements and stuff like that. I'm going to make a very quick grid It's not going to be 100% accurate, but it's going to be close enough to talk about. So you've got your thirds. Roughly. And then you've got your thirds vertically. Roughly. Then you've got the diagonals. Whoops. Is this? Yeah, okay. Then you've got your diagonals. Roughly. Again, this is just a quick approximation. And then you've got your halfway point that way, and then your halfway point that way. You could also lay your fourths on if you want to, but for an image like this that's very iconic, feels like this is enough. So the implied composition of this is actually a diamond because the top of the bird is where the data ends. The shoulders come out down to the point of the sword up here. So this is an iconic diamond composition. Okay, that's what this is. That means that every important thing in the composition should fall inside of this diamond. Nothing should fall outside of it. And you still, while you're putting things inside of the diamond, you have to balance the elements so it doesn't look cluttered. So if you were going to introduce a background element, like a castle or something, it would have to fit like here very awkwardly, and it would look very, very like close to the dude. It would feel very cramped. If you put it down here, it would be so close to the bottom that compositionally it would break the image because it would be making this data kind of tangent. It would just be all this stuff down here for no real reason, and it would be very hugging the bottom to make it feel very, very weird at the bottom, kind of hugging the edge down here. You could put it like here, but even then it's totally unnecessary because the bird's already like right there, and then it would unbalance the image because this side would be heavier than the other side. In terms of text, if this was going to be a book cover, you have to keep all this stuff in mind too. So you could do like an artsy book cover where it says like, you know, night. You could do like that in the middle and keep it small. That might work. It still feels kind of weird. You could put it here probably and get away with it, and maybe, you know, edit the bird a little bit and it would feel about right. You could also put it here and it would feel about right. But putting it over the hands would feel very cluttered because of all the data going on with the fingers here. It would feel very, very cramped. Putting it here doesn't make sense because then you're blocking the guy's face and it feels like there's a mask in front of him. Putting it here doesn't make sense because it's so close to the bottom that it doesn't work for a book cover. It would work for a movie poster because that's a different thing. But really for this dude, it's going to have to be here, or it's going to have to be here, or it's going to have to be here. And the thing to keep in mind is, when you look at the three places I just put it, I'm going to grab another color real quick just to hammer this home. When you're doing an iconic composition like this on the thirds, there's secondary intersections. I'm going to use yellow to point them out real quick. See these X's that are being made by the diagonals and then the diamond? Mathematically, you know, these are here for a reason. Stuff can go here and feel balanced too. So there's this line, and then there's this line in the yellow, and then right in the middle, there's this line. And it's not a coincidence that as a result of those intersections, the title for the book feels very good here, feels very good here, and feels very good here, because it's hugging those lines. And it feels balanced because it's adhering to the intersections of the diamond. Okay? I hope that made sense. Composition's tricky stuff, I know. Are there any good books on composition regarding text? The only one that I know of, I'm sure there's other ones, I just don't know about them, but Creative Illustration by Andrew Loomis is pretty, it goes over book illustration pretty well in the beginning. It's very, very basic, but, you know, it's pretty much all you need to know for jumping into this. Can you see the original? Sure. Oh, actually, one second. So, this is the original. This is the paint over so far. Yeah, I pulled him up on the frame because I wanted his eyes to be sitting on roughly the third. I did this weird map that isn't exactly the thirds, but it's close enough for the compositional thing I was talking about. But yeah, I wanted his eyes to really fall on that focal point. It felt really 50-50, which usually isn't a good composition. It felt like all of the data was in the lower 50%, and then there was like another split where it felt like two images kind of on top of each other. They weren't really integrated at all. And just raising him up kind of activates the bird a little bit more, so hopefully it works better. I think it does. But yeah. And I'm gonna make the bird blue, because then it feels like it's a vignette and not an actual bird standing behind him. So yeah, a fun thing to do if you want to. It's really easy, but if you're having trouble with composition and you want to keep it in mind, just make a brush that's the rule of thirds, and then just make a brush. It's a square divided into thirds and diagonals, and then just free transform that stamp to any canvas size, because a square will scale to any quadrilateral. So just make that. Or if you want to use the golden spiral, turn that into a brush and free transform it. But then you'll have that grid at all times, and you'll know where your placement is, so you don't have to bullshit it. But yeah, it's a really good, it's a good brush to just have. Trying to figure out if I want to give him a collar. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use guides in Photoshop, you can do that too. Whatever works for you. For some reason in Photoshop, I don't know why this happens, but when I use guides, sometimes my brush gets caught on it, and it'll do this weird little jigger thing where if I'm making a straight line, it'll go like that real quick. If this is where the guide is horizontally, I don't know why that happens, but it happens a lot, so I stopped using them. Is it a snap thing? I don't know. Like it's really weird. It's very subtle. It's very subtle. It'll just jump to the side a couple pixels. Okay, it's the snap too. All right. See, these are all things I don't know. These are all things I don't know because I was never taught Photoshop. I had to figure it out on my own. Well, I'll try it again sometime then. But I just use brushes, and it's usually totally fine. I use the trick that I saw Coro using in a download a long time ago too, where you can you just you make a perspective grid. You know, like just go to Google and type in perspective grid and turn that into a brush, and just lay it where the anywhere wherever the horizon falls in any image that you're working on. Drop that down. It's super helpful. Yeah, having a perspective grid that you could just free transform to anything is like so helpful. Because then you can just kind of, I don't know, like people might get mad, but perspective is a thing that I usually bullshit. I think a lot of people do. Just because you can usually get away by just doing atmospheric perspective. But, you know, if you want to actually make sure that you're getting kind of close to doing it right, having the perspective grid as a brush is very helpful. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Frazetta is a good example because Frazetta hated tedious stuff. You know, anatomy, perspective. Frazetta basically, this is why I love Frazetta, so don't get me wrong when I say this. Frazetta was the best artist, maybe ever, at bullshitting everything. He was so good at being like, okay, well, I understand anatomy and I understand perspective and I'm a really good draftsman, but I just don't want to do this painting. So, what can I possibly change to make this go by faster? And the amount of stuff he gets away with, either by sinking things into shadow, by bullshitting the perspective to make the, you know, just atmosphere read instantly, by, you know, forcing the anatomy in ways that aren't technically real but make the pose so energetic that you don't care or you don't notice. It's really, really cool. I guess I shouldn't say bullshitting so much as just like, you know, that's an actual skill. Being able to break the rules in effective ways is an actual skill, but I just know because of the guy that he was, he just, you know, he didn't want to do the paintings, so I'm using the term bullshit because he didn't, you know, he didn't care. Most of the paintings he did for novels and stuff like that, he really didn't give a shit. He just wanted to, you know, play with his kids and do his own personal work and stuff like that. So one big thing in this crit that I'm probably not going to get into because it would just take forever if I started doing it. The armor can just be a suit of armor, you know, that's fine. But if you want to theme this guy, I don't know what the significance of that bird is, but I'm right, you know, right off the bat, you can theme bird stuff into this armor pretty easily and get some cool results. But yeah, just something to think about if you wanted to make the armor more of a cool design or something like that. You could definitely do some bird stuff. Trying to figure out if I want to give him like a collar. I think I'm going to. I just want to play here and see if it works. Yeah, I've got all the Frazetta books. They're so good. They're just good. He's like the reason we all have jobs right now. It's like him and Star Wars are like the reason we all have jobs right now. The two of those combined. I mean, basically, like really, nothing's more responsible for this industry than Frazetta and Star Wars. Like we owe everything. Like fantasy would never have like become a thing that was like hugely successful if Rosetta didn't bridge that gap of just, you know, the obscure fantasy fan to like, you know, people didn't buy those books until he started doing the covers is what I'm trying to say. Like 500% increases in book sales when Frazetta covers were on them. Like he's the reason that, you know, that whole genre got anywhere. But yeah. No, I didn't talk about making armor look used versus celebratory because I was just the big thing I focused on the crit for this guy was making it look like actual armor because the suit of armor he's wearing in the base picture just isn't armor. It doesn't fit the body. It's not functional. It's not wrapped or anything. It's just, you know, I didn't go into, you know, design and ceremony and that kind of stuff just because choosing my battles. But yeah. But yeah, this armor is definitely on the more like tarnished side. It's not super like fancy or anything. It's pretty basic. I think we decided it was bronze in the beginning or some kind of polished like copper plated steel something. But I'm playing with giving him a collar. Playing with it. Just because it adds to the silhouette and makes that area around the neck a lot less boring. But yeah. Well, copper looks very gold. I mean, gold armor is useless, because gold is like one of the weakest metals in the world, but they still tried to make armor look as if it was gold by plating it with, you know, bronze polished or copper or something like that, or painting it with gold leaf. So now I'm just kind of playing with, you know, little things to make them feel more effective. I think I'm going to make the angle of this a little stronger so it feels like it's more of a repetition of the shape that's in the pauldrons and less of like a weird curved thing that's hugging the chin. Raise that up. Armor's all about, well, plate armor is all about layering. So when you can repeat shapes like this, and you know, boom, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that's what it's all about, because that's how it moves. It's one thing sliding over the top of the other thing. So it's all about repeated shapes. Cast shadow from the face would probably end about here, which means I'll pick some light up down here. So I'm doing a long form paint over of this because I think that I'm trying to lately, I've been looking for, because there's so many submissions in the paint over forum, which I'm really glad about, so please keep posting them. Even if I don't get to all of them, please keep posting stuff that you want crits on. Because I feel like certain pieces have issues in them that everybody can learn from, this being one of them. So like, by doing a really long paint over on this, I think I can help multiple people. But I'll be doing some more faster, shorter ones too. But yeah, once in a while, I'll see something in there and I'll go, oh, okay, this will help everybody, so I'll do that. I was using Russell Crowe and myself as a reference for the beard. I got myself down here looking like a serial killer. But yeah. Oh god, I'm going to very quickly flatten what I've got here to this so I can look at the paint over. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let me work on this collar some more. It's still feeling a little awkward. Did I finish the Celtic one I was doing last night? I got really close. I didn't quite finish it. I'm going to work on her some more after this one. This is where I got with her, but it's still not done. There's still more stuff that needs to be fixed. But, yeah, that's where I got with her. So, I'll be coming back to that. Hmm. Gonna select this out and drop it down a bit because I feel like it's riding a little too high. If you could please, I know this is kind of a weird request, but if you could please set your chat thing to just black, the names. When people start using different colors, it gets weirdly confusing for me. If you could just set it to black, I'd really appreciate it, so I can go through and look at questions without certain names jumping out. It's cool. No need for apology. Just a request because it's late and my brain is tired. Just no bright colors, please. It's very distracting to read the chat and have some names be like neon. Yeah, it's about 2 a.m. right now. Yeah, that feels better. Dropping it down. I drop it down even more. This is where I'm taking some liberties with the armor to just play with finding something a little more interesting. Do I know of any Golden Age illustrators that would make a good study for someone studying composition? Well, the nice thing about the Golden Age illustrators is that all of them were huge on composition, so you can't really go wrong. In terms of the best, I mean, most people fall back on Howard Pyle and N.C. Wyeth, who was his, student and contemporary, basically. They were like the big two. There's tons of other people, so, there's no shortage. But N.C. Wyeth is probably my favorite. Howard Pyle's, he's really, really good. Howard Pyle's great, but N.C. Wyeth just has something about his work that just is really, really cool. Yeah, no. I'm gonna get rid of this. Rockwell's not really a Golden Age illustrator. Rockwell came later. He was like the 40s and the 50s. Or I guess 30s, 40s, 50s? I think. Yeah, 30s, 40s, 50s. Golden Age illustration was turn of the century. I can get the actual dates for you. Maybe I'm wrong. Congrats, your video is now on YouTube. Okay, so it lasted from the 1880s to shortly after World War I, so let's call it 1880 to 1920. Let's call it 1880 to 1920. The reason it stopped there, if anyone doesn't know their art history, is that after World War I, all kinds of crazy things started happening in the culture, where like weird existential artistic reactions to like death on like a mass scale that had never been seen before started coming up. The traditional methods were kind of lost. People stopped caring. There was like, artists started responding to things they'd never had to respond to before. That's kind of where the modern sense of fine art began. Fine art up until World War I was very atelier classical, figurative stuff and realist stuff. But after World War I, fine art started becoming more about thinking about art. So yeah, that's like where the thinking man's art started to come in, and it changed illustration and everything else. It was 100% a reaction to World War I and World War II. Yeah, Leyendecker is amazing. Leyendecker's use of, brush stroke is like nuts. So good. Well, you kind of always had fantasy art, not so much sci-fi. You did have some Jules Verne sci-fi, but fantasy art's been around as long as legends that have been illuminated have been around. Gilgamesh, anything drawn for that is fantasy art. Fantasy art goes way back. the Odyssey. You know, there were images done for the Odyssey in ancient Rome and ancient Greece. Those are, basically the same thing we're doing today. It's just it wasn't for like, a publisher obviously, but it's the same basic thing. Yeah, the biblical illustrations, old, illuminations, especially like Book of Kells stuff, gets into some cool shit. Yeah, and then when you get into the 1800s, the Bible illustrations that Gustave Doré did are like unbelievable. As a matter of fact, if you want to see some good compositions, I believe he might be a little before the golden age of illustration. But oh man, is Gustave Doré an incredible draftsman. Like, when you think about the fact that those drawings had to be etched into metal so they could be stamped, it's like, imagine seeing those plates. Absolutely ridiculous. His illustrations for the Bible and Dante's Inferno, actually the whole Divine Comedy, not just the Inferno, are absolutely breathtaking. Like, look at those. Like, look at the use of, like, look at the use of value he gets. Like, I'm just going to pull one up very quickly so we can talk about it. But, like, this is just black and white. It's entirely based on line quality. Thick lines versus thin lines. Like, you squint your eyes even a tiny bit and it just jumps off. It's crazy. Everything he did is crazy. Like, look at this in the chat. Like, wow. I'll pull it over too. Like, this is the suicides from the Inferno that get turned into trees. It's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy that this was etched into a metal plate and then pressed with ink. Like, whoa. Where did I go to school? I went to a very bad school, but they had a very good art history program. Um, yeah. It was a bad school for skills. It was a good school for everything else. I mean, basically, the closest thing you can do to what Dure does is if you go buy scratch boards. So, I mean, think about that. Just taking a needle point and etching away those values till it's done. It's pretty crazy. It's a pretty massive undertaking. The school I went to was a bad school for skills. It was a good school for education. They didn't teach us how to paint. They didn't teach us how to use Photoshop. They didn't teach us composition. They didn't teach us light. They didn't teach us drawing. It was just really, 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 really bad at all of that. It's because they didn't they basically, they're teaching illustration based in the 70s. None of the advancements of illustration from the 70s forward are taken into account because the staff worked in the 70s. so they don't really know anything that's relevant to the modern illustration world. That's why it sucked. But yeah. But it was very good for like art history and shit like that. Uh, so rendering metal. I did answer this question earlier. Um, I'm not really getting into the nitty gritty of taking this to finish and pushing the metal to the point where it really looks like metal. I'm mainly focusing on fixing the composition right now and like the drawing and stuff like that and how to like make this just a more striking image overall. But yeah, the big thing about metal is how it reflects light, which is it bands according to the curves of the shapes the metal's beaten into or bent into. That's the biggest thing. And then the fact that metal has a very specific way of showing wear and tear, whether it's scratches or little bits that are chipped into it. All that stuff is very important. But yeah, you can lay in textures and stuff like that if you really want to, but you don't have to. It's not that hard to render metal that feels like metal. It's mainly the lighting. You know, like a dull tin feels very, very different than like a polished bronze. You just have to think about the kind of metal and the lighting scenario it's in. But yeah. Things like I mentioned this earlier, but the light's coming from up here and above, so it's going to hit the inside of this plate right here. The part that's facing away from us of this shoulder piece right here, this neck guard, it's going to be hitting the inside of that, which means that it's going to be reflecting light back towards his face, which means that the metal here is going to catch some secondary light from it. So little things like that is what makes metal believable, because even though it's not something you really think about, you got to keep in mind that this is all reflective. So surfaces that the metal, just think about that. Surfaces that aren't facing us in the illustration are still very important because they're going to be what bounces the secondary light. It's complicated, but it's fun to play with. So I've been doing this paint over for a while. I should probably rein it in and think about finishing up now. I could keep going on this for ages and ages, but I've already made a ton of changes. The person who's working on it has plenty to think about, so it's time to start wrapping it up. I would say I might be in the minority on this, but when it comes to using tricks like Anthony Jones' trick or Brad Rigney's trick for metal, try to have as much of a fundamental understanding of metal from just doing studies as you can before using those tricks. Because overwhelmingly in portfolios, if your other skills in the illustration don't match the level the metal's at, it looks like the metal elements don't belong. They look like Photoshop tricks that are laid on top of a bad drawing. So, try to really understand metal from just a first-hand painting approach. Same thing goes for fire and stuff like that. Like, people just use Photoshop filters and effects to make fire look like fire and very photographic, and that actually ends up making the image look really, really cheap and really, really shitty, because the rest of the stuff doesn't look computer generated. It doesn't look crisp. It doesn't look CG. It just looks like a bad drawing. And then the fire's like this really good filter fire, and it just kind of makes it like a joke. Like, it makes the image look way worse. Same for lightning, any magic spell effect. It's just, yeah. Not just for understanding the fire and the lightning, for understanding everything in the image. If all the anatomy is totally broken and the composition's broken and the lighting doesn't work and then you have a really good flame, it's like, who the fuck cares? Like, it's, everything's broken. Like, doesn't matter. But, yeah. Yeah, imaginative realism's good. I would study that before I study Photoshop tricks. Because James Gurney's book is about actually understanding the material, not just about duplicating its effect. Photoshop tricks overwhelmingly are about duplicating an effect and making an illusion of understanding, because there's so many filters that can do that. Gurney's book is about how to do it with actual paint, so it's about emulating the surface quality of the material. So check that out before Photoshop stuff. How can I know when I'm streaming a session? Well, there's not really I mean, you could follow me on Twitter. I put it on there usually. These particular streams are for Noah Bradley's art camp that's going on this summer. So I've just been posting them on that website. But yeah, the live stream list could be helpful too. But yeah, they all go on my YouTube channel. So you'll find them there regardless. Every paintover I do goes on my YouTube channel. So you can listen to any of the talks I've done with Dave Raposa or other people while doing these on there. We talk all the time, so most of those talks end up on YouTube. These all end up on YouTube as well. But yeah. So, like, here you go. Should take you to it. Yeah, me and Dave, well, we haven't really done anything with daggers in a while because we tried an experiment with daggers to just like let the community be a community and just back off. So we're not really doing stuff with daggers that much anymore. But yeah, Dave created daggers. I took over for a while after that. Yeah, so there's all kinds of live streams with the two of us on his channel as well. So yeah, we used to do interviews and talks and all kinds of stuff all the time. So if you want to listen to something while you're painting, you can go find discussions and interviews on Dave's channel or my channel covering all this kind of stuff. And yeah. Yeah, NC Wyeth is the shit. He's really, really good. If you're looking for a Golden Age illustrator to study, he's like the one. There's a couple with Brad Rigney. Me and Dave did like 2 interviews with him, and then we did the Golden Boy Challenge that Sam Carr won with Brad. And then I want to say there was another thing we did with Brad too. Brad's like a really cool guy. I love Brad. He's always down to do challenges and to do discussions and stuff. So we've done a few things with him. Alright, let's do some stuff real quick. Wrap this up. Like, shrink his eyes. And his nose. Let's just shrink his features in general. Give him more of a forehead. His features still feel kind of cartoony to me. See what I mean about shrinking the features? Oops. I'm just doing some quick surgery here to see if I can fix a couple things. Blend this out real quick. I know one of the talks we did with Brad forever ago, Brad was on a cell phone that we had to record through live stream, so it sounds pretty bad. But it was still a fun talk. How do I like Boston? I like Boston great. It's I might move. It's a little expensive here. It's actually very expensive here, but yeah, I don't know. I like the town a lot. I like having 4 seasons to the year. There's just not that much reason to stay here because it's really expensive. So I don't know how much longer I will be here, but for the time being, Boston is A-okay. No, it's not low mid-range at all. I have a 2-room apartment and it's $1,000. It's and I'm in the suburbs. If I was in the city, if I was in the city, a 2-room apartment would be like 2,000, 2,500. But yeah. It's definitely not low end. Yeah, I mean, a two-bedroom in Boston, Boston, like the actual city, Boston, is like $2,000. I live in the suburbs. I'm outside the city, just on the outskirts of it, and it's about 1,000 for a two-bedroom apartment. It's because Boston's a college town. Like all of the colleges are here. So what they do is they take a one-bedroom apartment, which is a bedroom and a living room and a bathroom, and they turn it into what they call a split, where they put up a fake wall and then they make the living room into a second bedroom, and then they sell it as a two-bedroom apartment, so each person gets one room with no other rooms, and then they share a kitchen and a bathroom. And that's what they've been doing to all of the apartments in Boston, is a split. So it's a one-bedroom apartment that they force into a two-bedroom apartment, and then they double the rent. Because it's a college town, and kids have to pay the rent because they have to go to school here. So they can charge whatever the fuck they want if you're in a college neighborhood, which is the whole city. Yeah, Boston's basically a big dormitory. That's a good way to put it. It really is. I mean, you've got Northeastern, you've got Harvard, you've got MIT, you've got Boston, you've got University of Massachusetts, you've got Tufts Medical, like you've got the Museum of Fine Arts School, Mass Art, the Art Institute, the Boston Conservatory of Music, Boston Conservatory of Art, Mass Maritime Academy has a satellite school here. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy how many schools are here. Anyway, I guess I'm going to get off of here and then come back in a minute and work on another paint over, but for this one I'm going to leave it alone for now. I might come back and do some more stuff to this later if the person I did the paint over for applies the stuff. But yeah, so I have one other paint over I want to touch up, which is the Goddess one from last night that I didn't get to finish. So I'll be back on here in just a couple minutes. I'm going to start uploading this to YouTube and then jump back on. So if you want to hang out, I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for hanging if you're leaving. It's good to have you. And yeah, this was a long one, but it was a fun one. I'll do a quick back and forth of where I took it. God, there's so much more I want to do to this piece. It's making me mad. I wish I could just keep working on it. but I've spent a couple hours, more than a couple hours on it already. So I'm gonna stop. Let's see. So yeah, I'll do the before and after in full screen real quick. Cool. All right. Yeah, I will, I'll be back in about 10 minutes, so hang tight if you want to hang out. I'll be right back to finish another paint over. And, yep, talk to you guys soon. Bye.